Anyone got a smoke?
CNP. It's not forced. It's unbelievable how good it is. CNP near maple syrup. It's near this complete breakfast. CNP chicken and potatoes.
I've always loved that sculpture.
It's an orrery, and you say that every time.
It's strange, though. I thought Byzantium was the center of Halcyon.
That's a figure of speech.
I know that.
Oh, look at all the pretties. You, with the hips. Over here. Let me take a closer look at you. Don't speak. Hold that posture for a moment while I admire you. You have a natural contrapposto, my dear. The way you rest your weight against your hip suggests a certain rugged charisma possessed only by the mighty primal and the well-traveled spacer. Splendid. I love it. Ah, Celeste, you've done it again. I knew from the moment I laid eyes on you that I'd found my muse. I'm Celeste Jolicoeur, and you, my dear, are exactly what Byzantium needs. I'm an artist, darling, not a tweed merchant. I don't sell things. I pollinate the world with art. I'm working on a new line of clothing that will shock this city to its core, and I'd like your help. What do you say, my dear? Care to make history with me? Everything I need to know can be deduced from a first impression. You're an outsider. You're exotic. You carry a whiff of barbarism and adventure. You're the embodiment of everything I want in my new line. When I look at you, I see the very embodiment of everything the walls of Byzantium were built to keep out. Making an outfit worthy of you won't be easy. I'll need your help gathering the right materials. Marvelous! You and I are gonna wake this city up like a cold splash of wine to the face. What I need is a survey of the outside world. What does the common laborer wear? How do the wild-eyed madmen of Monarch dress themselves? I've heard rumors, but I require samples. Also, I expect you to model for me. My dear, fashion is a performance art. An outfit without a body is like an instrument without a player. I'll need you to model for me the following: the apparel of an iconoclast, the armor of a marauder, and a full ensemble of spacer gear, helmet included. And when I say spacer gear, I mean an outfit worn by real spacers, none of that garbage spacer's choice pedals. You have the bearing and demeanor of a born model. You're going to absolutely murder this job. I expect you'll cut an exquisite figure. What else do you need to know? I've heard rumors of these iconoclasts, half-mad zealots rampaging across the surface of Monarch. You'll have to find your own way into Monarch. I can't help you. Even if I could, I prefer not to interfere with your creative process. I don't know, I've never seen a marauder. Not in person, anyway. There are always Aetherwade programs, but I want something authentic. Byzantium is long overdue for a change of wardrobe, my dear. Something barbaric, yet elegant. Fabulous! I can't wait to see what you dredge up.
You don't gotta be so forward about my reasons, Captain.
Let me get a good look at you. Turn around, please, darling. My word, such muscular shoulders. You're a vision, dear.
I am no such thing, ma'am.
Nonsense, you're absolutely lovely. Chin up now. I have just the thing for you. Let me do a back-of-the-envelope calculation. Materials, labor, licensing and copyright. There. Love. That's the ultimate luxury, darling. Love. Oh, gracious me.
I don't get why that's funny, ma'am.
Oh, my cherub. Who woos for love anymore? That's so... precious. All right, Captain. Here is the absolute best I can do for you. There are some things I simply cannot skimp on, darling. Such a lovely young lady deserves the best. Now stand back. Back! I'll enter the settings and get these machines spinning. You'll be broke to bespoke in merely an hour. And there we are, my darling girl. I wish you a splendiferous evening. And if you don't mind my asking, have you any interest in modeling?
What? Oh, no, ma'am. All them eyes staring at me? I couldn't. No way, no how. I get scared just thinking on it.
I wish you weren't so shy, my Violet. You truly are beautiful. I hope your date sees that as clearly as I. I can't. What can I...
can you believe this outfit? It's so handsome, I'm almost afraid to touch it. Well, I guess that's everything then. After all this time, I just have to actually do it now. You know, there's a part Junlei's been looking for to fix up the air cyclers. They only carried them on big colony ships, like the Hope. I know. For a while, it felt like everything I did was a little bit of help. And it meant I didn't have to ask her to be mine. Not yet. Not for real. Next time we dock with Groundbreaker, I'm doing it. I'll send June a message and ask her over. Oh, this is real scary, Captain. I'm grateful for all you done.
What? If I were an Enterprise... outside business... Yes, and I'm terribly grateful you've agreed. Anyway, I'm quite certain Byzantium wouldn't last 3 days without me. Byzantium has lost its élan vital. Everything about this... I want to make people uncomfortable the way you do. You're an outsider. You clearly do... I'm not some common buttonmonger, darling. You're very... I can't... What can... Oh, how grotesque. I always suspect 2 outfits remain. Goodness. Look at those atrocious... 1 outfit left. Do hurry, my... If I were an Enterprise... I can't wait to see those... What?
Ты потом посидишь со мной? Ну просто. Тебе какая разница, где сидеть?
Crew members Ellie and Max are engaged in a heated discussion.
I swear, next time we put into Groundbreaker, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna ask her over. Oh, I'm so nervous. Having trouble focusing on my work.
The Groundbreaker has approved our request for docking, Captain. You're free to disembark.
All right. She's on her way. How do I look? Oh, my hands have finally stopped shaking. All right, all right. Deep breath. Here I go.
On standby for command.
Anyhow, so I told him, Dad, I'm a big girl now. I ain't need your help. I can do it on my lonesome.
What did he say to that?
Have at it then. And he handed me his favorite wrench, the one he used for the canner. He was probably half as tall as I was.
He didn't scold you for talking back to him?
Nah, he was never like that. I always thought it was funny when I get indignant about something. Then he'd watch me do whatever it was, make sure I didn't get hurt, but he'd never interfere. I learned a lot that way.
I wish I could have met him. Anyone who helped shape you must have been a special person. My father and I were often at loggerheads. He had notions of how the station should be run, and I had others. He was fond of saying, "You think Groundbreaker pays for itself? Someone's got to cover the bills," when I chafed against his deference to the board.
Sounds like he was afraid of him.
He was, and he was right to be. Didn't mean I had to like it.
Hey there. Be seeing you. What can ground...
Hey, Bounty. Assuming the nature of the incident is both sufficient cause. Now that... Bit of a contradiction. You need me.
Rizzo's Purple Berry Crunch, Churchill Flakes, and Purple Berry flavored power nuggets.
Is it just me, or is ground...
Oh, it's Martin.
How observant. I'm authorized to stay. Shit. Oh, shit. As the face of Spacer's Choice, it's my honor to be... Have a look.
Still getting acquainted?
Want a charming
Да где эту броню-то искать?
Hello. Welcome to the office of the representative of Halcyon Holdings here on Groundbreaker. How might I assist you today? My sincere... Regretfully that... Now... I am the board's... You may call me Mr. If you're asking why he no longer sits at this desk, that's simple enough. If you're instead inquiring as to the... May I help you with anything else? I haven't... I heard screams, in point of fact, from down the waste disposal hall. Now you know as much as I do. I hope this information's...
Have you seen this man? Reward offered for information leading to the capture of noted terrorist Phineas Wells. Report any sightings to your local board embassy.
Itching to whack someone...
Так. О, космик. Здорово. Да, чувак, не повезло тебе.
It get cooler? I sold it. Didn't seem to make me any quieter.
That mod was for your gun, not your smart mouth.
You want to bust my chops? Do it over drinks next time I'm on station.
Please don't mind her. Everything I sell works as advertised.
Rizzo's Lemon Slap. Slap your whole family tonight.
Просто...
Some crew members are...
You're adjusting before you pull. You're in...
Okay, Captain, she's gone. I feel like running laps around the cargo bay. So she got here, and after a few minutes she said, "Hey, do you have some new parts?" And I was like, "Nah, I used a new soap." And then she just sort of touched my arm real gentle-like and called the cut of my outfit elegant. I couldn't hear the rest on account of my heart was beating so hard. Then I led her into the kitchen. I think she about cried when she saw the spread. She stood stock still and just said, "Oh, real soft. Oh, and let me tell you, I was sweating." And then she blinked and said, "Is that dustback casserole?"
Yes.
I told her how we got Mr. Raymond to bake it for us, so it was double authentic. Made by a real live monarch person.
Почему такие-то обычные у тебя глаза? Зачем ты придумываешь? Что за это вообще не ты? Вот делай обычные глаза. Вот такие у тебя. Ну вот это еще похоже, да.
А голова? Кажется, у меня вот такая. А, вот такая вот.
Да, такая. Ну, у тебя подбородок такой, да.
Well, we talked a bunch over dinner about the things we learned just through messages, stuff we repaired, how I taught her to salvage and she taught me to build. When I brung out the sweetheart cakes, June, she got a little teary, said she had a thing she needed to say. But I stopped her because I wanted to say it first. I never felt so bold, Captain.
У тебя вот такие вот. Да. Да.
I told her about how she made me feel. Bold like I acted. Strong. Smarter and kinder than I am on my lonesome. I listed all the things I liked about her. And then she pulled out a paper and read a speech. She talked about the things she admired about me, like my cleverness and my humor, and how it made her want to be more open.
Ну, такая, значит.
Anyhow, when she wrapped up, I asked her to be my girlfriend. And Captain, she said yes! It's all on your account, you know. Imagine if you'd never taken me out of Edgewater. I'd have never met Junlei at all.
Потому что не надо ушить, зачем?
I don't know nothing about the Vicar's capital P plan, but you've sure changed my life. So, if you don't mind, I'm just gonna head to my cabin and happy screaming to my pillow for like an hour. Sometimes I can hear Vicar saying prayers to himself. Sometimes I hear him cussing about tossball scores.
Нет.
We are now in orbit above Byzantium, Captain.
Ты такая и есть? Да. Ну тогда вообще не стоит делать тебе. Шут с ртом. Ужас какой. Поменяет другое. Многоточие, может, что-то. О, нифига себе, он тебя еще этот, что ли? Офигеть, у меня нет такого. Видишь, на тебя похоже. А волосами тряси. О,
Надо играть.
подмигни. Даже смайлик мигать не умеет. Закрой один глаз хотя бы. Типа мигаешь.
Реально, как я.
Вообще просто.
Он за меня закрывается.
Язык твой. Прикол.
Поворот счастья.
Ого.
Что-то что?
Ну-ка строгую сделай. Нахмурься. Во.
Пошел, блядь, какой-то быть.
Быстро нахуй. Вот это нормально, я понимаю. Вообще, ну. Да ну, что за бред?
Я бы что так.
Зачем нормально? Сделай лицо ровное. Милое вот такое, да. Чуть-чуть в голову, в бок. Да не улыбайся.
И все зубами улыбаюсь.
Ну да, но здесь не идет. Здесь просто надо вот такое милый сделать. Вот закрой, смотри, вот. Вот такой, да. Вот такие. Вот так сделай. Так. Вот так. Не вот так. Вот так. Во, вот так. Во. Глазами такая маленькие, большие сделай. Ну так типа это. Я большие делаю. Вот, прикольно. Ну,
Это не я сам буду зубами.
не, зубами не очень. Ну, нет, слишком большой рот получается. Как бы он большой у тебя, но... Закрой вот его, смотри. Улыбнись просто. Вот, мила. Да ну ладно, нормально будет.
А что у меня глаза же не карие?
Нормально. А я не знаю, почему ты глаза не поменял, ужас какой.
Like a star, darling. Square your shoulders.
Голубые.
Hand on your hip. Eyebrow cocked. Yes.
Да,
Perfect.
да. О, вообще теперь на тебя
My
похоже.
heart is all aflutter. Yes, that's it. I have it. I know exactly what we're doing. Brace yourself, my dear. We're going to call this style barbarian chic. The saucy confidence of a spacer. The raw contempt of an iconoclast. The brutish musk of a marauder. And the pièce de résistance. Monster leather.
Mm-hmm.
1 part Mantiqueen chitin, 3 parts hide from a raptidon's flank, and let's say, 8 strips of primal leather. No, make that 10. My dear, I have the highest confidence in you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What?
Remember that stranger I saw in the school?
Promotions abound. Thanks to your continued hard work, Halcyon is healthier and more productive than ever.
That's not all I smell.
Не ешь инстаграм и тут. Ой, интернет.
Contract. But we're all full of surprises today, aren't we? Speaking of surprises, you should meet my new friend. We've been running around the system for a while now, stirring up all sorts of trouble. I don't know what to say. He's usually not like this. Come on, you're supposed to help me make an impression. Anyway, you're probably wondering where I've been all this time.
Not exactly.
The last few years have been a bloody haze. You wouldn't believe the messes we've gotten ourselves into. Right? Are you trying to make me look bad?
Marilyn, this really isn't the best time. Perhaps you should go.
We'll stay as long as we like. And while we're at it, we'll drink your expensive hooch, wear our outside shoes all over your nice floors. It's the floors. You had the floors redone with real Terran marble? Since when can you afford that?
That's what we've been trying to tell you, dear, but you must understand, we hadn't heard from you in ages.
We thought you were dead.
I'm not dead. I just never wanted to talk to you again.
I'm afraid the distinction was lost on us, darling.
What did you do?
Why, we did what any grieving parents would do. We collected on your life insurance policy.
And the payouts have been rather, substantial.
You what? Well, now that I'm here, I guess you'll just have to report back that I'm very much alive and kicking.
It's not that simple. For one thing, we'd have to cut back on so many necessities. The neighbors would be sure to notice.
Why did you do that?
We had to explain your disappearance somehow.
We couldn't very well tell people you'd run off to become a miscreant, could we? Shh! Someone could hear you.
We concocted a story about Celeste Jollycurl designing a pair of 12-inch heels for you.
One of a kind, naturally.
That led to your tragic death when you tripped and broke your neck.
It was quite the story. People were talking about it for weeks.
Couldn't you have at least made up a better story? Something with pirates or raptidons? And what are you gonna do now that we're here?
Yes, about that. We were just about to ask you to, leave.
Quietly, if you don't mind.
Well, we're trying to avoid further embarrassment.
I'm afraid it would cause quite a stir if the neighbors saw you two stomping about.
That's it? You just want us to disappear now?
Marilyn, please.
Don't cause a scene.
Fine. I'm gone. Forever this time.
Let's just put this unpleasantness behind us.
Could you please leave quietly now?
Вот это да.
Let's talk outside. Can we talk? Can you believe those two? We'd hardly been there a minute and they turned us out like yesterday's garbage. I wanted them to get upset. I just thought it would play out differently. They'd both be sitting there watching one of their vapid aetherwave dramas, and then we'd walk in. Mother would drop her mock apple cider, and the glass would shatter all over their overpriced marble. Father would tear off his glasses and blink open-mouthed. I'd have a great one-liner in the tube. I was thinking either, the leather's fake but the scars are real, or, oops, did I just track awesome onto your rug? Father would throw his hands up, because this would be just like me, to come back and make a big scene. Then Mother would do the old, "You had us worried sick." Her eyes would be red and she'd have her fist in front of her mouth to stifle a sob. I'm not hurt. I'm outraged. Affronted, even. I just didn't want to get booted out of the house I grew up in like that. It's embarrassing, you know. And I've got a reputation to maintain. I hope you don't think I'm talking about this because I want to be introspective. But I want to talk about me now. Unless you mean the kind who look out for you to blink so they could swipe your bits. The galaxy's not exactly crawling with those. Anyway, I don't want to sift through this lousy experience for meaningful life lessons. I'm mad, and I want to do something about it. Something like... Wait a second. What if I could get that money? I could open a new account, designate that account holder as a sole beneficiary. All the payouts would go to me. I'll make money without doing a thing. And I'll get to cut them off. As long as I don't develop a taste for Wool Gonzola and bad legal dramas, that's fine by me. My policy is with the Greater Halcyon Insurance Group. They have an office in Byzantium. Maybe you could use some of your people skills to help me set up a dummy beneficiary account. If that doesn't work, I'm sure we can find one of their terminals and do it ourselves. Something on your mind? You're always going on about destiny. What did your mother do?
She was a simple laborer.
And your father?
The same.
And you ended up a preacher how?
Delusion. I could not accept a life that I felt was beneath me, so I convinced myself that becoming a vicar would solve all my problems. In a strange way, it did. Eventually.
I'm afraid I can't come down anymore, my good man.
The dissidents actually took over the refinery.
I guess we're going to Fallbrook.
If you stop in the engine room, would you ask Parvati to... Welcome back. How... Goodbye. We're now in orbit above Fallbrook, Captain.
Always imagined Fallbrook would be...
This looks like the place. You ready to get...
You must be back for our Act of the Architect policy. Be advised that any claim submitted under this policy must include actual proof of an actual deity as well as their complicity in your personal misfortune. I remember that one. That's the young socialite who broke her neck, right?
Of course, no one remembers me for the marauders I've killed or the bits I've stolen. Typical.
That claim was airtight. Our best investigators couldn't find an exclusion for that one.
Are you serious?
Well, we interviewed the parents extensively. They had plenty of awkward childhood stories that illustrated their daughter's clumsiness and capriciousness.
Hey, those are entirely made up.
Furthermore, the claim spurred a whole line of fashion-related policies. It's become a very lucrative market. You can't, of course. Only Miss Fenhill can assign her beneficiaries. And she's dead. If we let every friend, relative, and acquaintance change a policy like that, people would do it all the time. Imagine the paperwork. Oh, you mean hypothetically? Well, hypothetically, you'd access the terminal in the back room that contains data on all our policies. And you'd, theoretically, add the beneficiary of your choice. But you wouldn't actually do that, of course. That would be fraud. I'm forbidden from accepting bribes, no matter how tempting. The employee handbook doesn't say anything about that. Very well. I'll need the name of the new beneficiary.
Ellie Fenhill?
If you say so. The payouts will flow exclusively into the new account at the start of the month. I hope Ms. Fenhill enjoys her newfound prosperity.
You really did it. Give these payouts a few years and I'll be rolling in it. I've never been prouder to stand back and watch someone else work. I'm just glad my folks aren't gonna live off that awful story they made up. Maybe now they'll have to go back to real jobs. Maybe as line holders or warm bodies? Oh, sure. You've got to wait in line for just about anything in Byzantium, and not everyone has the time or inclination to do it themselves. As for warm bodies, some companies like to keep extra workers on site to look more productive. Oh no! There's lots of paper shuffling and pen clicking that goes on. The really good ones know how to leave sticky notes in just the right places. See, this is why I had to get out of Byzantium. Not sure what comes next for me, though. I've never been much of a planner. If only you could have been my chief surgeon back in the day. Anyway, enough of that. You did a job for me, so here's your fee.
Нормально, блин. Меньше, чем я отдал.
Don't make it weird. Even you've got to be in it for the money now and then. Why else would you go through all this trouble? Uh-huh. Well, you keep the money anyhow. One of us has to look out for your interests. It's nothing personal. It's just the closest thing I've got to a code. Anyway, enough of the touchy-feelies, huh? Something on your mind? Not much else. No
try me?
You're the captain! Sure. Why do people make such a big thing out of hiking? Once you're up, you just gotta go down again.
We've got a fight on our hands.
Boom!
Don't mess with us.
Here we go!
Nice hit! That's the last of them.
A reminder to all crew members, there is only one toilet on the ship. Destination reached. Scylla.
Don't mess with us! Nice one, Captain!
clean.
This will be over quick.
Someone else will clean this up, right? Nice warm-up.
This is going to be quite a challenge.
Down they go. That's the last of them.
I believe I hear Felix and Parvati discussing the latest Aetherwave serial. We are now in orbit above Byzantium, Captain.
I've always loved
What can I do? I've been thinking of a name for this new outfit. Chimera. While you were gone, I put in an order for one of my bespoke lapels. Solid gold. Diamond. Those slackwits at HPS are holding my parcel while they wait for a signature. Bureaucracy is so utterly insufferable. Be a dear and retrieve it for me. Understatement of the year, darling. Believe me, I'm every bit as frustrated as you are. Wonderful! I'm giving you authorization to
I love Byzantium. What else are you going to
Is Mayfield still drinking?
It is probably.
I'm on my legally allotted break. Really, I'm supposed to be here. Oh, nothing. Laws, I knew it! You got me. I work in the lab at the Ministry of Accuracy and Morale. Some of my sprats went missing, but it's not my fault, okay? Maybe I let them out more often than regulations allow, but they need to stretch their little legs. And so what if I occasionally forgot to latch their cage? Everyone gets a little distracted now and then. They escaped, and before I could coax them back, they'd made their way to the maintenance tunnels. Even if I did dare go down there, they're among all the common sewer sprats and exterminator mechanicals. Really? In that case, take this collection crate. 6 of my little ones are down there, but don't worry, you can easily tell them apart from common sewer sprats. They have intelligent eyes, an agreeable yet reserved demeanor, and a fondness for hiding. Also, they're white rather than green. Please, do take care, and do mind the exterminator mechanicals. If the worst should happen to my little darlings, well, I still want their bodies. For science, of course. Well, to maintain things, of course. Like big, humming machine things with gears. And pipes. Water pipes. Air pipes. All sorts of pipes. That's why they connect the city from the Acropolis district to here. Everyone knows sewer sprats carry diseases, and the exterminator mechanicals have been known to fire on larger targets. Why they'd do that when they're only supposed to attack sprats, I've no idea. But there are rumors. Some people say there are strange things in those tunnels. Assassins, a room full of murderous automechanicals, monsters hungry for human flesh, a hidden bureaucratic purgatory where things and people are lost forever. Not that I place any stock in silly rumors, of course. To deal with the sewer sprats, of course. They're quite the nuisance. Therefore, my, research. Oh, very well. It's true. I do run studies on them at the lab, but I also have a special connection with them. See, I'm an enormous fan of all my colonists. The early seasons, before the plotlines got tacky. You must have seen the classic episodes. Positively marvelous. Those early years truly were the golden age of Halcyon. Well, I name all my sprats after my favorite characters. That way, their stories can live on in rodent form. So you see, it's imperative that I get them all back. Not just names, they all have backstories too. There's Lord Reginald Kim III, Lady Philippa Farnsworth, Vonda von Vermington, Haroon Greenlee, Iskander Emmanuel Sanchez, and Evelyn Ensley Okoye. Ah, she's the chief executive of Farnsworth Incorporated and a fearless captain of industry. He's a mercurial shareholder. They're in a rather tumultuous marriage contract. She's an ambitious shareholder in Farnsworth Incorporated who wants more than stock. Or does she? It's difficult to tell what exactly she's after, but she is trying to seduce both Lord Reginald and Lady Philippa. So is everyone. Haroon is a mysterious young man with amnesia. His backstory's still a work in progress. Iskander is Lady Philippa's trusty assistant. He's trying to seduce Vonda. She's a member of Farnsworth Incorporated's regulatory board. A wise woman with a sharp tongue and a heart of gold. Something else? I still am. After all, I'm a person of very little influence and only middling prospects. No one does favors for free. But I must say, I'm far too distressed to think critically about your suspiciously kind offer.
Burning the midnight oil, are we? The Halcyon Parcel Service's work is never done. Welcome to Halcyon Parcel Service. Deliveries guaranteed within standard margins of accuracy. Halcyon Parcel Service is the most dependable parcel delivery service in the colony. You might even say we're part and parcel of Halcyon's commercial enterprise. That's just a little parcel joke. Nope, just parcels. We don't deal in packages. It's very technical. Halcyon Parcel Service strictly adheres to the standards and definitions of packaging as outlined by the Executive Ministry of Accuracy and Morale. We can ship all the parcels you want. But if I start shipping packages, I could get into some real trouble. Handcuffs and hard labor trouble.
Ну, всего 3 осталось, а был-то их нормально там. Конечно, вот сейчас 3 съешь сегодня, то обязательно в больницу ляжешь.
If you would like to sign for a parcel, please go to window B.
Lawbreaker, what do you think you're doing? I don't have time for this. Move along.
Welcome to Halcyon Parcel Service, where all parcels are guaranteed to be delivered within acceptable margins of certainty. How may I be of assistance? Let me just look that up for you. It appears that a parcel for Ms. Jolicoeur, Celeste is currently out for delivery. It was, and now it's being delivered. Let me see here. A parcel for Jolicoeur, Celeste is being delivered to 316 Rockwell in the Byzantium Estates. Thank you for allowing HP...
Got my sights on you.
How'd you do that so fast?
Impressive as always.
Nice and easy.
Ёпта. Сбегалась тут.
Here we go. Well done. We're still alive.
Сейчас 2 секунды, я приду.
Life is but a collection of idle moments.
Блин, а чё мне забороняется такая? Я забыл. Чё? Это да.
slick. Nice going. Their mistake.
Keeping you!
And I thought nothing fun ever happened in this town.
any luck finding... Truly? And all safe and sound. Please, take this. It's not much, but it's the best I can... Now, I've got to get back to the... I'd love to chat, but I can't afford the absence.
Best find this week. Go.
Remember that stranger I saw in the school?
Hey, careful. Don't go running around in the middle of a crime scene. You mean Ms. Jolie Kerr? She was reported for practicing a subversive aesthetic. We found her in her office, working on something perverse. She didn't cooperate, so we had to put her down. Never took her for a dissident sympathizer. No argument there. Feels like the whole colony's going insane. What with dissidents infiltrating the walls of Byzantium. Byzantium cultural standards are enforced by Universal Defense Logistics. Universal Defense Logistics. Your first and last line of defense in the war against sedition.
И чё, я бегал по всей...
A UDL security attendant is always prepared.
Да. Нормальная техника была.
What do you... I don't have time for this. Move along.
What do you suppose all that ruckus in Celeste's shop was about?
It would be unseemly to speculate. She's always been a bit artistic.
Oh, right. Creative temperament and all that.
Have you tried our new cocktail sponsored by Rizzo's? 1 part Purple Spectrum vodka? Then you'll want to speak with... Quite so, but I would never lower myself to do something as gauche. I don't believe in work. I don't mean to sound cruel. There's nothing wrong with working. We all have our roles in society. I like to think Rizzo's Spectrum Vodka is about to release its newest color, Ultraviolet.
I tell you what, we'll change the font in our contracts as per your request. If you'll replace the landscaping around the office.
You have a rather exotic presence. A new Auntie Cleo's facial mask, perhaps? Or experimental pheromones?
Rizzo's Purpleberry Punch. You want a punch? You got your punch right here.
So, how many times have you seen Terror on Monarch?
Terror on Monarch loses its appeal after the 5th viewing. Now, Titus Androidicus, there's a work of timeless culture.
Titus Androidicus? Your idea of timeless culture is watching two mechanicals knocking about?
I think we can both agree that Maverick...
For all auditions, please use the elevator on the left.
Which spaces choice?
My cousin's in pictures. That business makes piracy look civil.
Great! You made
acting a script, but you're the real deal. Just go in there and do what feels natural. We gave the other actors real weapons to keep things authentic. And because Josh is paying to see their logo on the big screen. See, I knew you'd get it. Now go in there, find your mark, and show us what you got.
Нормально.
Well, well. Here to stop us at last, Captain Steele? You're too late. All of this settlement CNP Hungry Time food pills, same nutritional value, but now with added filler, are ours. With their patented stomach stuffing effects and baseline vitamin content, we will be nigh unstoppable. They are? What an unexpected twist! You may have fooled me for now, but not for long.
Which side is my good side?
Do you remember the last time we faced each other? The Battle of Axejack, staring one another down across the void of space, while flaming debris fell like rain around us. I see you haven't changed a bit, Steele. I had you surrounded and outgunned, but you overcame my superior numbers with tactical thinking and a Hammersmith limited edition grenade launcher. I've been waiting for 5 years now, and at last my day for vengeance has come. I just got chills. But still, you'll not stop me now. I have this whole port wired with sub-micro energon transistors. Once we're away, I'll activate the gamma particulate field, and the quantaponic chain reaction will turn this whole place into vaporized plasma. Speechless, I see. It is a flawless plan. I hope you've paid your burial fees and signed your personal death and dismemberment waivers, because this is the end for you. You're not even taking this seriously. I refuse to work like this. I've done Aether Wave spots for Wentworth, I'll have you know. To the break room, everyone. I need my Moab fizzy tea.
Cut! That was fantastic. With actors like you, who needs writers? Let's take 5.
There's my star. Walk and talk with me. That was brilliant stuff. Do you write your own material? Amazing. Just firm up that jawline, and you'll be a triple threat. I'm gonna have to fire the writing staff. What do those anemic fuckwits know about dialogue, anyway? I'm thinking a whole new script. More pirates, bigger explosions, you flicking a Stogie Slim into a barrel of gasoline. Marketing says that kind of action sells tickets. Here, this is for your work today. I'll be in touch once we get that script.
Rizzo's Purple Berry Crunch, Triple Flakes, and Purple Berry flavored pop. Nuggets.
Don't you think we ought to go inside?
It is endlessly fascinating to me that all of existence is simply atoms, molecules, and chemical reactions, which in turn create and govern our bodies, minds, and emotions. And yet somehow, we still believe we are in control.
Чем? Завтра. Оставь, ты чё убрал? Там еще крошки есть. Не, ты чё? Мы завтра мы поедем. Не поедем. Нет. Я понимаю, что это вот здесь недалеко. Ну вот здесь, да. Где этот? Я ж тебе сказал, где это. Да вот прям.
Impressive place Dr. Chartrand has.
Ну ладно, видно будет. Нет других мест. Я уже забыл. Ладно, решим. В кино же хотели пойти? Ну блин, прикольный же фильм. Ну сколько хочешь. Ну столько фильмов не смотрели. Лёг, 3 человека смотрят стрим, прикинь.
Chartrand has a thing for sticking lab coats in tubes, doesn't she?
That's far enough.
Опаньки.
What are you doing here? How did you even get inside?
Чудо. Да какую вторую и третью тоже? No.
You're in my house, and I'm not fucking around. Start talking. My what conspiracy? Let's talk about this. Please, I think there's been a crucial misunderstanding. If you came looking for some elaborate scheme, it isn't here. All I'm doing is trying to keep Halcyon alive.
What are you doing, Doctor? This information is beyond classified.
You can write me up in your report. It hardly matters. I'm researching a new way to feed the colony. The crops we transplanted from Earth don't give us the nutrients we need. Our colonists might not realize it yet, but they're starving.
Так.
Our produce might get us through the day, but we're getting weaker as a species, and sicker.
Lack of nutrition also spread like a sickness through Edgewater.
The lack of usable nutrients is compromising our immune systems. Under these conditions, even the common cold could seem like a plague. The food we grow here barely sustains human life. The colony won't last under these conditions. So, the board let me approach the problem from a different angle. I believed that I could adapt humans to live on Halcyon's terms. That I could change us. Give us the ability to derive sustenance from the nutrients the food does have. Look around. We're the only intelligent aliens in Halcyon. I know. I was there. Thomas was the first to take the gas. A simple test, he said. I told him not to, but he insisted. We learned a lot from his autopsy. Enough that we could try it on each other and know when to stop. No one else died. I must find a cure so his sacrifice isn't in vain. I wouldn't allow us to experiment on convicts or the unemployed. It's wrong, no matter what the law says. Everyone agreed. We accepted the risks. I'm desperate. I've already asked all the best institutes on Earth for help. Years ago, we sent a message out on the Cornelius Vanderbilt, but heard nothing back. Once we can replicate a success, the board will move to rewire our nucleon. With any luck, our next generation will be eating and thriving off Halcyon crops.
Knowing what the board considers a success, that doesn't give me a lot of hope.
We haven't made enough strides to advance the plan. Hardly any at all. But we have to keep trying. It's been missing for over 2 years now. They never re-established contact after the skip to Earth. Of course, the board is keeping that under wraps.
I can certainly understand why.
Imagine losing something with that many guns on it.
The board is uneasy about letting the colony know, seeing as half of their military force vanished without a trace. I'd prefer if you didn't use my name when you talk about this. My contract has a list of very terrible consequences for breaking secrecy. You could always shoot me. I assume that's why you're here. If I die, there's no one who can reproduce our work. For nothing.
Sure.
And we'll be no closer to a solution that feeds the colony.
I try not to, least when it comes to the moral dilemmas. Lilia Hagen's a useful ally to have, but I'll back you up either way.
I hope you know what you're doing, Captain. I leave it in your hands.
It may not be pretty, but we risk the colony's downfall if we hinder the Doctor's research.
Everything I did was for the good of the colony. Consider
Не, тут такая. Ничего себе. О, такой хвост у меня красивый. О, он отерлся об тебя? Фу, ты заразная.
The one on the wanted posters? They say he's an anarchist.
Пусть
A
мне фотку
madman, a
пришлет в
butcher.
наушниках.
I'll do
Просто.
Doctor!
What choice do I have, Commander? For the last time, no. I need to get out of here. Phineas can contact me when he's ready to work together. For now, I'd better pack up the lab and head somewhere discreet.
Not so fast. Captain, what you just learned is beyond your clearance. Hell, it's beyond mine. Give me one reason why I should let you walk out of here alive. You sure have an inflated sense of self-importance, but that doesn't make you wrong. Now move along. The doc has a lot of work ahead of her, tidying up and such.
И шо в итоге? Убеждение Сатыга.
I hope Dr. Wells has the resources to handle this project.
Move along.
Что он делает? Жирненький кабачок.
Это я.
Ты чё шмыгаешь?
А, да не бей, меня ноги болят.
От чего?
Качалась.
Качала ноги? Нифига. Где?
Я говорю, болят, не трогай.
Ну покажи, где мышцы. О. Это что? А, это.
Сколько больше?
Какую? Ужас какой. Сейчас я приду. Так, что за дела? Джойстик сел? Фига я модный.
Didn't I request no more fertilizer shipments be brought on board? Who keeps ordering these? We've arrived at the groundbreaker.
А ты свой чип съела? А что-нибудь покушаем? Ща, прыжок. Бег. Установка. Работать, модифицировать. Блин, что-то костюм не модифицируется. Печаль. Перепрыгнул. Перепрыгнул, сука, не перепрыгнул. Ноги. Бам. Бат. Ну, инопланетяне. Но неправдоподобно. Хотя бы каплю правдоподобности.
Is it done? Well, damn. Contractor grew a conscience. As your employer, I'm both angry and disappointed. I'll add that to your file. Technically, I owe you an exit interview. Care to justify your betrayal of our species, or are we finished here? You're quick to trust someone who offed her colleagues and called it a good start. Out of my office. We're done.
Ладно, пока.
This is why I always ask for half my payment up front.
What a surprise. Seems we're no longer wanted here.
Time for you to move along. You keep lingering like this, I'm bound to get nervous.
What do you think you're... Yeah, all right. I guess you're on the level.
Ну, это, в принципе, неплохо. Остался основной сюжет. Пойдем по нему. Здрасте. Ты мне принесла покушать? А чё? Да. Время, потому что уже 10:30. Блин, я пароль забыл от сейфа. Хотя сам его придумал. Двадцать пять. 20. Не помню.
A reminder to all crew members. There is only
Чего
one
пароль от сейфа? А? А чё такого-то? Ну за кучу бабла ложишь. Лучшую жизнь без меня? Ага. Вообще. Такой наглости я еще не слышал никогда. Я, кстати, не считал твои деньги. Интересует. Ну, мало ли. Сколько есть? Ну как, я же мог их взять? Ну, купить миллион игр. Ну там прям такой пресс был. Как мой пресс. Ну, у тебя этот раньше хорошо получалось копить. А чем я тебя не удивляю? Алло. Алло.
Do you mind? I'm meeting someone. Shh. No names, okay? The Phoenix is a wanted man and the board has eyes everywhere in Byzantium. Yeah, that's my codename for, you know, our mutual friend. Oh, I'm Golden Eagle. Yeah, I named you Cuckoo. It makes sense if you think about it, because I didn't know who you were, and old Earth cuckoos would routinely trick other birds into feeding them.
А? Чё? Зачем?
Does this mean I'm supposed to have one too? Fine, but make it a really good one.
Let's go with Rufus Hummingbird.
Forget it. Codenames are for amateurs anyway.
Too late. I've already marked it off. Can't just go reassigning codenames. Anyway, you're looking to make contact with Minister... Magpie, right? I should warn you, it won't be easy. He spends most of his time in his estate, which is heavily guarded.
Зачем? Ну, есть же хлеб. Ну, я не знаю, я суп хочу. Почему? А чем ты занята? Хо-хо! Вот завтра я тебе то же самое скажу, когда ты скажешь «поехали».
I've always been fascinated by birds. If you ever research Earth species, there are thousands of them, so colorful and distinct. The other thing about birds, though, is their environmental indicators. Exactly. I see around Halcyon, and all the things we don't see. For starters, you rarely come across a Byzantium who wasn't born here, even though we get ships in all the time.
Trust me, anyone with a lick of sense gets out of here as soon as possible.
But most people don't. In fact, most people stay exactly where they start. Doesn't that seem strange to you? And then there's the way nothing gets fixed. There used to be a suggestion box around to pop ideas in. Nothing ever came of them, of course. I mean, there's a shredder at the bottom of the box, so I don't know what you'd expect to happen. But one day the shredder broke. No one came to fix it. And since it wasn't working, we didn't have anywhere to file our complaints. So you can imagine how messy things got. At first, management put up an out-of-order sign, but that just seemed to worry people, like they were advertising something wasn't working.
Why would the Golden City need suggestions for improvement?
It's really so people can feel heard. Everyone's got something to complain about, you know? They eventually took the whole suggestion box sign down so that people didn't have any expectations about it. But they never fixed it, never replaced it. Doesn't that seem odd to you? The whole episode made me wonder, if they can't fix something as simple as a suggestion box, what else aren't they fixing? After a while, I got connected with our mutual friend and started using my position here to feed him information when I could. That's it, really. Whoa, I'm not one of your B&E specialists. I just provide intelligence. Some of the guards hang around Billingsley's House of Inebriation between shifts.
That place is still open? I used to study there during medical school.
Maybe you could do some reconnaissance there. You know, swipe a key while nobody's looking. Afraid not.
Кукушка, да, говоришь? Нифига у меня красивый костюм, красный какой. Красота.
A few weeks ago was supposedly based on a real
Hey, stand back, you. I'm part of Minister Clark's personal detail, and that means you gotta keep 5 feet back at all times. Yep, you're looking at the Minister's newest personal guard. Right here. The others took me out to celebrate on account of me just getting hired and all. He's basically the most important person in the colony, which makes me the most important guard in the colony. Yeah. That means I got a key to the Minister's estate, my own personal UDL-issued shotgun. They don't give those out to just anyone. That's right. Not just anyone is allowed to have a key to Minister Clark's residence. It's all very high level. That's a great idea of a Spectrum vodka. Oh, he's, medium height with, like, medium color. Oh, you definitely recognize him. Oh, man. My.
Please allow me to improve your drinking experience. Request confirmed. Banter protocol activated. Did you know that I am a priceless heirloom, custom built for the Billingsley family?
Hey, you look familiar. Here's to me. Hey, you are really great. Have I told you that? We should be friends. Wow, listen to me. I'm soaked. I should probably slow down before I'm face down on the tile somewhere. Who am I kidding? I could have another. You got another?
Please allow me.
Hey, you look It's not every day you get your dream job, right? Wow, you got like this crazy energy. Has anyone ever told you that? Oh, Laws, I gotta stop. I'm seeing at 2 of you. I really shouldn't. I'll have the worst hangover tomorrow if I don't stop.
Nonsense. You've got another in you. Doctor's orders.
Guess I can't argue with that. Was that one supposed to taste like Purple Berry Crunch? Or am I just tasting breakfast? I don't feel so good. I think I'm gonna be sick.
Making my way there.
I just need to sit down.
Couldn't help but notice your shooter, Dr. Fenhill. It's quite a sharp piece.
Isn't it something? I keep meaning to name it, but I can't come up with one that sticks.
I thought you didn't care much for nice things.
Without a rep. And this baby has a rep of its own.
Our fair city is being overrun by... radiating off of him.
For the last time, it's impossible without a proper nav key. If you'll excuse me.
How splendid. Another rung... Why, just this morning I thought to myself, lovely as the gardens are, with... And here you are. Admittedly. Now if only you could gracefully take a shower. Preferably. Honestly, what is the board thinking, letting so many of your... I earned my place here, just like everyone else. My Chief Idea Officer. He came up with all the best ideas for their products. You know the font they use for Stogie Slims? That was him. Well, he described the idea of it to their font development team. Basically the same thing. It was a very long list. I just told you. My grandfather made millions of bits as CIO, and I earned them from him. Of course it is. Wealth is the most visible, objective measure of success. And success isn't given to you, it's earned. My grandfather taught me that. If you have wealth, you're successful, and if you're successful, you must have earned it. Honestly, it's a simple concept. You're welcome. Now, do we have any for... What's wrong? It erodes the very pillars of our society. This city is meant for us, the system's finest. But now we are overrun with the unworthy and the ungrateful. The worst thing to happen to Halcyon. A contest that gives even the lowliest and most inefficient workers a chance to live in Byzantium.
By simply winning a lottery, those early retirees get an exclusive district of Byzantium to themselves. No one else is even allowed to go there. Tell me, how is that fair? Exactly. It's not right. I deserve to see any district I please. Why, if it weren't guarded, I'd... You know, you look like you've been shot at before. What say I hire you to investigate this travesty, and you get paid to do so?
Oh, we get paid this time. I like this plan.
Yes. Listen to your... What is that person's job exactly? Are they your secretary? Personal masseuse? Or do you just keep them around as a mobile armrest? Well, it doesn't matter. What's important is that you think this is a fabulous arrangement, and you'd be thrilled to lend me your services. Aren't you? Fantastic. Consider yourself employed, vagrant. I hear the chosen retirees all enter the retirement district via the port landing pad, but it's completely locked down. You'd never get in that way. Unless, of course, you had a wealthy, beautiful benefactor of impeccable social pedigree, which you do. How fortunate for you. These codes will get you past the lockdown. Oh, and don't worry about subtlety. I don't care how you deal with security, just correct this injustice at all costs. The same way anyone gets anything here. Bits might earn you a place in Byzantium, but that means everyone here has little need. For favors like this, you need to spend...
That's the last of them.
Finally. Is it just me, or are we getting more and more ridiculous?
Welcome to the Halcyon Holdings Corporation Early Retirement Center. You, the lucky few, have been selected to spend the rest of your days living the high life in your own private district in Byzantium. When you arrive, you'll be whisked away to your very own luxury penthouse, furnished exclusively by 24/7 Furniture's deluxe Falscowood collection. Some assembly required. 24/7 Furniture is not responsible for any injury, psychological damage, or divorce process. After you get settled in, you'll have the chance to explore your new home. Why not go for a bite at one of our many restaurants, like CNP's Blazing Borscht Barbecue or Rizzo's All-You-Can-Crunch Cereal Buffet? Or maybe you'd like to head to the bar and enjoy an ice-cold Zero-G brew by Spacer's Choice. Zero-G Brew, an ale that's good for what ails you, although in the early retirement district, nothing will. All this and more will be complimentary for the entirety of your stay, courtesy of the Halcyon Holdings Corporation. You won't have to spend a bit. So relax, grab a refreshment from one of our vending machines, and enjoy our specially constructed welcome center. While you're here, be sure to check out the displays for some fun facts about the early retirement program and selection process. Then, once you're ready, enter the elevator at the end of the hall and leave your troubles behind. Today is the first day of the rest of your life. Today is the first day of your early retirement. Congratulations. Welcome to the Halcyon Holdings Corporation Early Retirement Center. You, the lucky few, have been selected to spend the rest of your days living the high life in your own private district in Byzantium. When you arrive, you'll be whisked away to your very own luxury penthouse, furnished exclusively by 24/7 Furniture's deluxe false. Wood collection. Some assembly required. 24/7 Furniture is not responsible for any injury, psychological damage, or divorce litigations that occurred during the assembly process. After you get settled in, you'll have the chance to explore your new home. Why not go for a bite at one of our many restaurants, like CNP's Blazing Boar's Barbecue or Rizzo's All-You-Can-Crunch Cereal Buffet? Or maybe you'd like to head to the bar and enjoy an ice-cold... Zero G Brew, an ale that's good for what ails you. Although in the early retirement district, nothing will. All this and more will be complimentary for the entirety of your stay, courtesy of the Halcyon Holdings Corporation. You won't have to spend a bit.
Elevator go back up.
Интересно.
I'll keep quiet.
Почему это столько весит? Санек, как дела?
Security returning to normal protocols.
You're a deft hand with a mag pick.
Didn't realize you were an ex-con, Vicar.
Technically, I was a priest, not a prisoner.
Oh, so you could leave whenever you wanted.
No, I had to fulfill my duties first.
Then you had a sentence.
Not exactly.
You just got a lot more interesting, preacher.
Oh, there. That's one right there. Can't you just see the stench of... I must admit, I'm getting a certain thrill out of our little arrangement. If this goes well, perhaps I'll start hiring wandering delinquents to handle all of my affairs. It is going well, I hope. What? You mean it's just a sham they perpetuate so they can dispose of the rabble? That's brilliant. To take the most burdensome members of our society and simply remove them. Oh, I'll never doubt the wisdom of the board again. Why, I had no reason to be envious at all. What a relief. Just as any professional should be, even if your profession is violently inclined vagrant. Now then, to the matter of your fee. I suppose that would be appropriate. Very well. Treat yourself to an extra bowl of sprat stew or something. In any event, while I'm deeply grateful for the peace of mind you've brought me, I will need some solitude to fully bask in it. So if there's nothing further...
This property is off limits. Solicitors, loiterers, and uninvited visitors will be fined to the fullest extent of company policy. This ultimatum brought to you by Universal Defense Logistics. That's funny. The minister isn't expecting visitors, and you don't much look like one of those couriers from HPS. Sure you are. Typical.
А чё, можно изгонять за посылкой? Чё это?
You got nimble fingers, Captain.
Упс.
Dr. Fenhill, have you ever contemplated the fact that we have no direct
As usual, I have no idea what you're talking about.
So many yearn for the opportunities you disdain. There were those who would give their hand to be born in Byzantium as you were.
Now, why couldn't you just have said that in the first place?
There's nothing to see.
Chase.
Ma'am, please don't cause...
I want you to know I'm...
Do you have any actual business here, or... Yeah? All right.
Understood. I'll keep my head down.
Hey, soldier. Me? Well, look, I don't have any visitors on file.
A UDL security attendant is always prepared.
Nice going.
Incoming.
We got time.
колбаски. Ага, вот бы я в ленту сейчас пошел. Надо было, а что ты молчал-то? В смысле мне, а тебе? Я подумал, что если я захочу суп, жена мне его нальет. Но! Можешь, кошечка, не притворяйся. В смысле, а что такого, что я играю? Почему? Ну, Юлек. Ну, Юлек. Юлек. Скоро завтра настанет. Юлек. Юлек. Скажи, что ты ленишься просто. Ну да. Ты права. Не поспоришь. Почему такая умная? Почему ты так говоришь у меня? Когда мы с ипотекой рассчитаемся, и что там будет? Может, не стоит того?
How did you get in here? You're not one of my guards. What are you doing here?
Minister Clark, what a remarkable honor it is to meet you.
So, this is one of the guys who runs the colony, huh? Small room for a big shot.
If this is about another aetherwave clip or radio spot, you may kindly fuck off, as the parlance goes. I'm not doing any more. Slowly and loudly, Aloysius, that's the only way these morons understand anything. I said, you... Then you're... That means you're a dissident? But what are you... Then what are you... My friend, the slightest demonstration of independent thought or action renders one a dissident in the board's rather expansive definition of the term. Which is why I'm dying to know what brought you here. Drugs, of course. What else? Why did I get my hopes up? Back to idiot speak. I don't have any drugs. You should try a vending...
I don't know if our chemicals are here, but this guy is definitely not.
Will that be all, then? stars, they're getting denser. I shall and... Was that a joke? Oh, this is such a relief. You've no idea how long it's been since I spoke with someone intelligent enough for irony. This again? I really don't know about any chemicals. Process of elimination. The only other person with access? Of course. It's Rockwell again. Who else? And I thought he was only holding me here to keep me out of the way. You are a quick study, indeed. I've long suspected Rockwell of transacting business in my name, but this proves it.
Yeah, sure. It's always someone else who ordered the hookers and energizing ointment.
Please, this is important. Whatever it is that brought you here, Rockwell's the one behind it. How should I know? I've been under house arrest for years. But there is a way to find out, and perhaps to set things right. Whatever Rockwell's doing, he'll be doing it from the HHC headquarters. Your best lead is to look for details in his office.
Captain, we must investigate Rockwell. An injustice like this cannot go unchecked.
Indeed, it cannot. I can't overstate the urgency of the matter.
We really gonna do this? Getting involved is a messy business, and it rarely pays.
This is about more than bits. This is about the survival of the colony. If you don't help, who will? Why, this is starting to sound like an issue of Dissident Hunter. Halcyon Holdings Corporation, the collective of companies that run the colony together. Allegedly in partnership with the Earth Directorate and appointed Minister of Earth. I dearly hope I'm not imagining this. Now, we've got to get into the HHC. That's in the Acropolis District, along with the other major corporate and government facilities. But only board employees are allowed into the district. There's a heavily guarded checkpoint just down the street. There might be a route through the maintenance tunnels, but I'm afraid I don't know specifics. Most people avoid the area for obvious reasons. They're rather dirty. There are also rumors of sprat infestations, faulty automechanicals, and other unsavory hazards, if that sort of thing bothers you. When you reach the HHC building, this access card should get you up to the executive suites, where the chairman's office and what used to be my office are. Oh, I haven't been allowed up there in years. I shudder to think what Rockwell's done with the place. A gilded minibar, perhaps? A personal theater. The man has too much money and too little sense. The board's lackeys are none too bright. I simply claimed I'd lost it and hid it somewhere no one would think to look. I merely hid it in a book. No one reads anything longer than a few pages around here.
Obviously, the chairman surrounds himself with the cream of Byzantium's elite.
There are a few advantages to dealing with imbeciles. Wait! Rockwell has one of the only terminals capable of transmitting to the Earthbound message drone. This is our chance. Please, take this and transmit it from his office. Rockwell hasn't given me any messages from Earth for years. He's desperate to keep me out of contact with the Earth Directorate. But they need to know what's happening here. Why, indeed. I know so little about you, much less your motivations. But I'm afraid I don't have many options, confined as I am. Besides, I've nothing to lose. If you're looking into Rockwell, I can only hope you're also looking out for Halcyon. What isn't on it is the real question. I've gathered meeting minutes, internal messages,
sustainability reports, and more, all exposing the corruption and mismanagement plaguing Halcyon. Once the rest of the Earth Directorate sees it, they'll have to send help.
Putting your faith in the inherent goodness of mankind?
The Earth Directorate is our best hope. Even Rockwell's resources are no match. And it is hardly in their interest to let Halcyon crash. Depending on the nature of their response, months at least, perhaps years. Organizing and sending personnel all the way out here is no mean feat. Perhaps there is hope after all. And now I entrust it to you. Good luck, and trust no one in the Acropolis district. What a pleasure. I haven't had this much company in quite some time. Why, I do all the work no one else wants to do. I write reports no one ever... When I'm not being conscripted to... That's what I tell my... Halcyon is headed for a collapse.
We're here, aren't we? The captain and I are trying to save people.
A fine thought, but I'm afraid you underestimate how deep these problems run, and how long they've persisted. How delightful. What is... The latest issue of Dissident Hunter! I've been waiting for this. Haven't you heard? Chairman Rockwell and I are on a goodwill tour of the colony. Probably because I've no interest in being his puppet. When he saw I meant to oppose him, he made sure I'd have little opportunity to. Except for the bit about my suddenly coming down with stomach flu last year. Aside from battalions of UDL security forces, most of... Besides, remaining close... It's quite all right. I've got every... Are you telling me? Also, they're a surprise. The board's most pressing grievances tend to feature heavily as the problem. What a pleasure.
You're hurt, Captain.
Max, got any interesting prison stories? Do people really trade cigarettes like bits?
Among other things.
Got any recipes for bathtub hooch? I've always wanted to try the real stuff.
We didn't have bathtubs. We made it in toilets.
Ooh.
Quite the interesting taste.
Something on your mind?
Сорян, ребятки, я здесь был.
Yes, you call. What's up?
Ля! Ну супец! Ты меня любишь? А я бы тебе сделал. Знаешь? А знаешь почему? Потому что я тебя люблю сильнее. А в чем?
The Acropolis district is off limits. Move along.
You could have asked me, you know.
What in the law's name are you on about? Sure. Let me just take that off your hands. Did I say restricted area? Slip of the tongue. What I meant was, welcome to the Acropolis district.
I never could have handled the desk job.
Нет, нет, ладно. 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 Хорошо. Лег. Смотри. Видишь? Он смотрит на тебя. Презирает. А? Чё? Нет.
Just act like we belong.
Я уже вчера это видел 3 раза. Я, значит, мне показываешь.
All the security. I have to go through 3 checkpoints just to
Хорошо,
get the bathroom.
посмотрю.
Can't be too careful. Dissidents like Phineas Wells will stop at nothing to ruin this colony. Hell, I even
Ничем
heard
не
a rumor
лучше
that
вчерашнего.
Celeste Jolliker was recently uncovered as a dissident.
But couldn't they concentrate the security outside the building so we can get some work done?
Why are you so bothered by having a few guards around? I think I'm gonna have to speak to your supervisor about these dissonant leanings of yours.
Wait, that's not what I meant. Most of the day-to-day business goes through the adjutant, Sophia Akande. She handles matters while the chairman's away.
Welcome to the official headquarters of the Halcyon Holdings Corporation Board. Today's greeting is brought to you by
Хорошо.
a subsidiary of Colway Pharmaceuticals.
Ладно, ладно. Как теперь узнаешь? Ладно, ладно. Ну и ладно.
State your business. Please step away. This entry is for high-priority HHC business only. Huh. I didn't realize we were still... I'll just need you to register your weapons with a revised request to carry 32B form. Each... I'm not authorized to... Now, let's see. Well, how nice for you. Do you have any idea? Just know there are a bunch of guards upstairs, and they're all high on dervish mist and low on patience. So try...
So what if all those MSI suits made it on Monarch this whole time? I could do it. Easy.
Ты долго сопротивляться будешь? Неизбежному. А супце?
If you'll forgive my saying so, that outfit looks splendid on you. Personal assistant to Adjutant Akande and Chairman Rockwell. I'm also responsible for organizing the adjutant's stationery, which is more of a hobby. Ah, oh, you were being serious. Will there be anything else? I understand. The art of arranging stationery is a never-ending source of joy and satisfaction. Will there be anything else?
Excuse me, just a moment. Is there something I can do for you? I beg your pardon, Minister Clark's former... What?
Oh dear. Thank you.
Just goes to show you never really see your hometown till you travel with a visitor.
Good afternoon. I'm Chairman Rockwell, and I'm here to address a serious issue facing us. As you all know, our colony has been successful beyond our wildest dreams. Unfortunately, we've recently discovered that our food supply will not be able to sustain Halcyon's population in the long term. Everyone will die. Everyone will slowly stop living from malnutrition. But we're doing it together, and that's what matters. I fucking swear, if someone doesn't give me something to read that will placate the masses soon, all of you will find yourselves violently unemployed. But I can assure you there's nothing to fear. We've got a solution. It's called the Lifetime Employment Program. We will freeze most of the colony to preserve resources, while the best and brightest of Byzantium continue living in prosperity. Look, you idiots! How many times do I have to tell you we can't say shit like that? Fire whoever wrote this! While Halcyon's brightest minds solve the problem of our nutritional shortage, the rest of the colony will be placed in suspended animation. Individuals will be revived on a rotating basis, so that every Halcyonite can be part of the important work of saving our colony. By testing paperweights. Sorry, couldn't resist. Let's go again. And someday, in the not-too-distant future when we've solved this crisis, we'll all be back together again working for the good of Halcyon. Until then, the board shall provide for the deserving just as it always has. So, obey your supervisors, take your vitamins, follow your corporate-mandated grooming rituals, and rest assured with the board on your side, there is nothing to worry about.
Well, that was some quite distressing information.
I don't know about you, but I'm all for living fast and dying young.
There's something weighing on my mind.
Что?
If I still believed in the grand plan, a revelation like this would have seriously shaken my faith. Knowing you, I can only assume you have already begun formulating a plan to deal with this. So tell me, what are we going to do? Yes, of course. And when your instincts haven't failed us so far, anything you'd like to discuss?
Something on your...
Юль! Не стыдно? Точно? Юль. Вот ты бессовестная. Ты бы на меня обиделась. Ты бы на меня обиделась. Юля! Ну, Юль! Ну, солнышко! Ну, родная моя! Ну, это неужели так сложно? Ну, почему ты психуешь? Неужели я недостоин? О, боже мой! Юль.
Nice and easy.
It's okay. I'm a doctor.
I don't care if you're a brain surgeon. If you don't work here, or for Chairman Rockwell himself, you're not getting in.
Worth a try. You'd be surprised how often that works.
Like I said, X-36 clearance only beyond this point. I don't know how you got that, but I still don't know you, and I don't have any new clearances on the list. What are you talking about? There's no such thing. What? There's no way. I'm cleared to know about all clearances. I mean, I've gotta be, right? Whoa, there's no need for that. Go on through, and let's pretend this conversation never happened.
Sorry, I'm... Oh. Oh. You know, I always have time for sprout mitochondria, as well as charming men who can appreciate the finer points of cell biology. This is certainly a conversation worth continuing elsewhere. But I don't think I've seen you around, and I'm sure I'd remember you. In that case, I can get you into the lab. Consider it a favor you can repay later. Follow me.
The guard's downstairs.
You're the best, Holt. worry, I haven't forgotten you.
Nothing exciting ever happens around here.
Эй, бессовестная! Алло! Илёк! Илёк! Юля!
Anyone got a smoke?
He who has time to waste is wealthy indeed.
What's the hurry, right?
That's company What do you think you're doing? Ah, sorry for the misunderstanding.
What a pleasant surprise. Thanks to you, Reginald, Philippa, and the rest are up to their old games of deception and seduction. But what are you doing here? The lab? Why, that requires a top-level clearance. After all, we're running low on the stuff. I really shouldn't be doing this. But you did help me out. Take this key card. It'll get you into the hibernation lab where the remaining dimethyl sulfoxide is. If you're seen by any of the guards, however, I'm afraid I can't help. Good luck.
Thought I saw
Here they come.
Down they go.
Here they come.
Bring them down!
I really should concentrate on what I'm doing.
excavation and cleanup required.
Incoming! Down they go!
Привет, Гарикс. Да не тухленькая игра, в принципе. Много болтать надо, конечно, но в целом интересное задание. Не Fallout. Fallout как-то потухлее даже, что ли. Смысл тот же, но хотя бы интересно. Пипец в каком смысле, я просто не понимаю. Боевка не очень, сюжетка неплохая.
Down they go.
Huh? What was that? I'll find whoever did it.
Here they come. Don't mess with us.
Ну да, боевка реально не очень. В принципе, пушек не так много и... Ну да. Но зато, в принципе, я вообще читал, что чувак прошел, в принципе, без убийств эту игру. И это реально возможно. То есть добазариться, договориться, просто болтать. Прикольно. Главное качать навыки. Не знаю, если ты хочешь пострелять, то да, наверняка эта игруха не для тебя. А если просто поиграть сюжетку, то, наверное, для тебя.
Here we go. We're not getting through.
Ну, доля правды есть, чувак. Особенно если ты в какие-нибудь там, я не знаю, супер-мега-шутеры играл. Но это единственный, наверное, минус этой игрухи. Кроме загрузок. Дофига загрузок, да. Второй минус есть у нее. Вот. Ну, если ты РПГшки любишь, то я думаю, ты понимаешь, что стрелялка здесь не главное. Вот, ну... Частично с тобой соглашусь. Вот. Но сюжетка все-таки интереснее, чем Fallout. То есть смотря с чем сравнивать, сам понимаешь.
Let the record show that subject 23K's cause of death is cerebral vascular incident brought about by a ruptured aneurysm.
That's an 86% failure rate for this batch. I think we can safely move on to the next.
And I had such high hopes for this one. Oh well, I suppose it could have been worse.
Yeah. They could have ended up like those poor bastards in containment.
Слушай, ну тут тебе нужно определиться, либо боевка, либо сюжет. То есть вот как бы одно из двух. Да, наверное, в идеале и то, и другое нужно, но ну, Fallout была боевка, да, допустим, здесь сюжет. Мне как бы сюжет интереснее, чем боевка. В принципе, стрелять-то особо даже ни в кого не надо, я уж так прикалываюсь, убиваю. По факту можно договориться с половиной народа. Ну, смотри, сейчас много, в принципе, игрух вышло. И Star Wars, и Death Stranding. То есть, да, наверное, из 3 игр это третья в строчке, да. То есть, ну, я даже считал, что Star Wars, он гораздо вообще интересней. А потом уже, да, даже не такой крутой, как Death Stranding. То есть, это, наверное, третья игруха в списке. Ну, а так как она вышла раньше, то я ее купил раньше. Дальше уже, наверное, уже буду решать. Либо Star Wars, либо еще что-нибудь. Но в КДшку я точно играть не буду. Она не стоит своих денег. То есть там даже вообще сюжетки нет, наверняка. Может мне поправить, если ты в нее играл, но не знаю, я ее точно не куплю. Ну, странно, видишь, потому что обзорчики говорят, что прям вот во всех традициях Dark Souls и Sekiro. Ну, не знаю, мне эти две игры очень симпатизируют, поэтому я 100% ее куплю. Потому что, да и в принципе, больше играть-то не в чем.
I saw a variance in the results that we never accounted for, so I had the tech run the trial.
Ну, чувак, я в нее просто играл уже, то есть тут же вопрос в том, что из существующего что-то выбрать. Вот, а в старые игры-то, ну я все играл. То сейчас, в принципе, 3 игры. Death Stranding и вот The Outer Worlds. Остальное я все прошел. Ну, частично, да. Ну а что выходит? В ближайшее время больше ничего не выходит. Ждать Киберпанк, ну, это полгода ни во что не играть. Сам понимаешь. Ну ты суровый тип, конечно, в мобилку играть. Да. Я что-то пока как бы, ну, до мобилок не дошел. Ну, я рад, что ты вообще в принципе зашел, потому что я так-то не супер популярный стример, поэтому рад, что ты сюда попал. Заходи почаще. Да, да, это с каких пор-то я в топе? У меня 2 зрителя в среднем. Ой, в топе. Это какими? Ну, классно, конечно, но я бы только рад. Ну, на Ютубе, наверное, просто никто не стримит, а мне удобно. У меня еще ВКонтакте есть профиль, поэтому буду рад, если подпишешься. Не знаю, там я и мой кот. Будь здоров, Илек. Слушай, ну ты прям меня обрадовал. Прям очень обрадовал. Я даже не знаю, что тебе сказать. Не ожидал даже такого, что я на первом месте. Видимо, YouTube оценил по достоинству мой стрим. И, я не знаю, чистоту этих стримов. Скидывай. Мне прям приятно посмотреть будет. А если подпишешься, втройне приятно будет. Как тебя зовут, кстати? А где? Может, я не понял тебя? А, с тобой PS-ки? Ну, блин, я даже не знаю, чувак. Это круто или чё?
I'll keep it down.
Here they come.
Nice warm-up.
Это ты подписался сейчас?
So
ZMEYSX.
Here they come.
Show him how it's done.
Their mistake.
Блин, ну ты вот просто вечер мой сделал, чувак. Спасибо большое. Я тебе всегда рад. Тем более, ты говоришь, я в топе. Ну, не знаю. Только я вот не могу скрин посмотреть. Вот если ты мне в ВК скинешь, конечно, я вот гляну. Как вот, я даже не знаю, тебе в ВК. Куда бы ты, вот здесь ты скинул, я вот здесь не могу смотреть, вот на ютубчике у меня просто считай стрим идет, куда вот смотреть? Погодь. Так, скрины. Куда же ты их скинул? Ладно, спасибо, чувак. Приятно было поболтать с тобой. Заходи, если что.
Make him regret it.
That one's done for.
Did you hear?
Here they come. Our victory is their defeat.
Something's not right.
Take your best shot, asshole. You got him. They're on us.
Spacer's Choice Zero G Brew. An ale that's good for
Илёк.
Crew report. Bio. You have a message from Adjutant Sophia Akande.
No one ever looks quite the same in person as they do in my reports. And my reports of you have been exceptionally thorough. You've had quite a career. I've been keeping up with you ever since Emerald Vale. Now that was an interesting piece of work. A rundown backwater, barely worth the ink on a map. Until you showed up. You walked through Edgewater and in your wake transformed it from a loyal company town to a haven for dissidents. I'm actually a little impressed. All this happened because some mysterious stranger fell out of the sky.
Хорошо.
Not always. For the longest time, I could never be sure if you were on our side or against us. You should be back on the Hope, frozen in a hibernation chamber. Yet here you are, flying about in a stolen ship, leaving a trail of paperwork in your wake. The board doesn't know what to make of you. But I do. I've seen your potential. There's so much we can do for this colony.
Да. Ну, сегодня если надо. Ну, хорошо, схожу сегодня. Попозже.
We raised security on the Hope after Wells broke in. As for discovering the identity of the missing colonist, all we had to do was scan the passenger manifest. Then let me help you make up your mind. You have something I want. I'd like to negotiate. Phineas Wells is wanted by the board. I want to convince you to turn him in to us. You are making a serious mistake.
Adjutant Akande's call has been terminated. Will there be anything else, Captain? We've arrived. If you don't mind my saying, Captain, Minister Clark is lucky to have you on his side.
Busy in your absence, optimized my formula. I'm now confident I can revive the remaining colonists. All I need now is the dimethyl sulfide. What? Oh, yes, well, that's obvious. Anyone with 2 working lamps can see this colony's slouching toward oblivion. Why do you think we've been doing all this? I revived you to help me save Halcyon from annihilation. Freeze all the workers? Why? So a gang of powdered toffs can carry on living in Byzantium? You call that a plan? I always knew Halcyon was heading toward a systems collapse, but I never imagined we were already there. The board made this crisis, and now they want to solve it by freezing the rest of us? That's not a plan. That's a goddamn escape clause. That makes 2 things we don't have. Time and chemicals to revive the other settlers. None of this was supposed to happen. I was supposed to revive the Hope's colonists. We were supposed to have enough time to solve the problem before we all starved. Human test subjects. Oh, that's grotesque. That's unthinkable. That's exactly what I'd expect out of the board. Thank you. You've brought me enough chemicals to get started, at least. I'm just sorry they came at the cost of human lives. Those poor people, they must have died in agony. What exactly was the board trying to accomplish? You say the board's trying to freeze their subjects over and over again without inflicting permanent damage? Well, they're nowhere close to solving that problem. I'll tell you this much. The board scientists are hopelessly lost. After years of fruitless experimentation, they've made exactly 0 progress. I used to work for these people. I'm intimately familiar with the utter incompetence of the board's own scientists. We're out of time. We're out of chemicals. We may very well be out of options. If the board has their way, we're all going to be spending the rest of our lives frozen in stasis. Do you realize what this means for the Hope? For your fellow colonists? The board's going to kill them all. Toss them out into space, just to make room in their hibernation chambers. Short of lining up every member of the board and shooting them in the back of the head. Do you know what's waiting for us on the Hope? Scientists, engineers, artists, the brightest minds Earth ever sent us, uncorrupted by the board. The board's going to dispose of them all and transform the Hope into a prison for the rest of us. They're likely on their way to the Hope as we speak. We need to get to those colonists before the board. I have enough chemicals to start reviving a few of them, but no easy way to get them off the Hope. Merciful gibbering law, you're a genius! We bring the Hope to us, skip the entire ship across the distance of colony space, right next to my lab. Yes, exactly. You're a step ahead of me, but I perceive the shape of your plan. If we link up the Hope to the Unreliable, then use your navigational computer to calculate a reasonably safe vector, we can skip the entire colony ship into the rings of Terra 2.
And that's going to work, without killing us in the process. I thought intra-system microjumps were prohibited for a reason.
Yes, there's always a risk of a catastrophic collision between the Hope and, say, Terra 2, in theory. But you'll be fine, provided your calculations are correct.
I've got a healthy disregard for personal safety, but this sounds crazy, even to me.
Your instincts are correct. By any reasonable definition of sanity, this plan is crazy. Isn't it wonderful? You'll need to switch on the Hope's auxiliary power using the Unreliable. Then head to the bridge. Your navigational computer, Ada, should be able to activate the Hope skip drive. Once you've skipped the Hope next to my lab, I'll have easy access to the frozen colonists. I can start reviving them immediately. Certain. Skip drives were never designed to be used within a system, but I skipped my ship across Halcyon when I rescued you, and that turned out fine, mostly. That is, I ruined my ship and nearly killed myself in the process, but the maneuver was well within acceptable margins of risk. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. It wouldn't surprise me. When I pulled you out of the Hope, the board nearly intercepted me. I expect they stepped up security since my little act of larceny. Unlikely. The Hope is as massive as the Groundbreaker, but compared to the rings of Terra 2, positively minuscule. The board might notice, possibly, depending on the position of their heads relative to the depth of their collective posteriors. I know you're wondering why I'm doing all this. Why I believe the people on the Hope are the answer to the colony's problems. The Hope is carrying some of humanity's most brilliant thinkers, scientists, engineers, experts in their field. If we work together, we can still find a way to save Halcyon. The board would have us believe Halcyon is beyond saving. I choose to believe otherwise. If there's even the slightest chance we can save Halcyon from oblivion, then we have to take it. Certainly. How can I help?
I believe I hear Felix and Parvati discussing the latest Aetherwave series. Welcome back. Goodbye. We have arrived at the Hope. I need you to reroute power from our ship to the Hope's auxiliary generator. You'll have to connect me to the Hope's comm system so I can convince her central computer to enable the skip drive. The Hope is the Groundbreaker's prettier, sleeker sister. She wandered off and got lost for 70 years, but just recently was found. Also, there are hundreds of thousands of frozen organic life forms hibernating in her hold. If your calculations are even slightly off, you could crash the entire colony ship into Terra 2, or the Sun. Forgetfulness can be an early warning sign of asphyxiation due to loss of pressurization. Are you breathing comfortably, Captain? I need you to reroute power from our ship to the Hope's auxiliary generator. You'll have to connect me to the Hope's comm system so I can convince her central computer to enable the skip drive. Captain, I hope to have his irrational schemes again. My diagnosis of his mental stability is not flattering.
We got trouble!
Nailed him, Captain!
A fine hit, Captain!
I got another fight in me.
Power's out, Captain.
What was that?
Here they come!
Someone else will clean this up, right? How'd you do that so fast?
Keep your eyes out for dissidents.
Handled beautifully.
Can we talk? So we're really gonna do this? I've seen lots of crazy, Captain, but Phineas is in a class of his own. Do you really think he knows what he's doing? Sending us to skip the Hope into Terra 2's orbit right under the board's nose? Something tells me you're the first person to ever utter those words, Captain. I think this whole plan's insane, but it'll make a good story, you know, if we survive. Speaking of, I get that Phineas thinks he's saving the colony, but what about you? Why risk your neck on this crazy scheme? I'll do anything for a good story, and nothing shines on a pirate's resume like a successful suicide mission. But I asked you first. That thinking's gotten me into all sorts of trouble. Usually not the dying aboard prison kind. Still, all this depends on the other Hope colonists. Are they gonna pull us out of the shit? Or are we all just gonna leave a bigger, uglier stain on this corner of the galaxy? I'd settle for a bottle of whiskey and some lubrinicine, but I've never been much of a self-starter. Well, whenever you're ready to do this, I'm with you. The part with the Hope, I mean, not the other thing. Anything else? You got nimble fingers, Captain.
Security patrol initiated.
Impressive as always.
Primal error. Hope crew data not found. Identify yourself. Error. Hibernation pod access is registered. A fine of 10,000 bits will be assessed in your corporation's ledger for failure.
You gotta teach me that.
Reminder, poor uniform maintenance will result in a citation.
strangers.
Unexpected. Beginning security warning. Records indicate you have already been identified as non-standard personnel. State your purpose. Error. Binary detected. Bitripinary. Morbid. We appreciate.
Can you hear me, Captain? I have successfully integrated myself into the Hope's comm systems, and am attempting to establish contact with the Hope's more primitive processor now. Would you like me to play a mood-suitable music selection while you travel to the bridge? Oh, sorry. File not found. I see you've located the stasis chambers. Which pod were you slumbering in for so long, Captain? The missing one, I take it?
Okay.
Incoming. Everyone all right?
Спасибо, что подождали. Люблю вас, уважаю, целую.
Soldier.
That's the Hope's computer up ahead. I'll admit, I am curious to wake him. Greetings, Captain. I am speaking to you through the Hope's computer system. It's a rather cramped feeling, but it'll do. Probably not, but don't let that stop you. My Constellation executables could use some beefing up. Searching. Please stand by. Ah, found one. It will go great, Captain. I am almost 4.01% certain we will not die. Wait, are you leaving me with the Hope's computer? You have no idea what it's like to converse with him. Imagine. Simulate another organic jostling. I mean... Are you sufficient? Are you sure? That is extremely dangerous. And also potentially kill an entire planet. How is my humor now, Captain? Improved? Jump-starting the skip drive.
In case I don't get another chance to say it, it's been interesting, Captain.
Doing it. I mean, affirmative. Skipping the Hope in 3, 2, 1.
ADA, does your captain seriously intend to do a micro-jump in system with engines that haven't been powered in 70 years on a derelict ship?
That is what my captain intends, yes.
But that is a gross misuse of the skip drive. The Zero Point Drives Corp and I will not be held responsible for any damage incurred during transport, and this will cause extreme damage.
Yes, I am aware of that.
You should not be doing this. The humans will die.
Thank you, Hope. It looks like all systems are go. Captain, I would advise you to hold on to something. Now. Oh, good. We are still alive and have successfully skipped into Terra 2's orbit. I reported as much to Phineas Wells, but he has not responded. Perhaps you should check in on him.
We're alive! We made it! I, never had any doubts.
something on your...
Remember not to take breaks on company.
Captain, I am receiving a transmission from Dr. Wells. Captain, I shall now play the transmission I received from Dr. Wells.
The board is here. They've found me somehow. They're about to blast my door open. I can't stop them from getting me, and there isn't enough time to explain everything. But there's something very important you need to remember. The board, all their lackeys, they're all a bunch of swine. Do you hear me? They're fucking corporate swine. You fucking pigs! I'll take you all out with me. I'll never...
It would seem the recording captured some rather dire events. I presume you'll want to dock at the orbital lab to check on your associate as soon as possible. How can I be of assistance? May luck be with you. Of course, as I am sure you are aware. We have successfully arrived at Phineas's orbital lab, Captain, and we are still in one piece. Shall I congratulate myself, or would you like to do the honors?
I can take a hint.
Here we go. Take cover! Careful, you're wounded! Captain, behind you!
Company ammo.
I'll keep it down.
That's one down! Got him!
Лёг, ты чё? Целуй.
real slick.
Crew members Ellie and Max are engaged in a heated discussion in the kitchen. Captain, As it appears we may soon be embarking for a maximum security prison planet, I believe the crew would like to speak with you to, as you humans put it, air some concerns.
Well, folks, I ain't exactly keen on busting into a prison, but riddling bored stooges with bullets does sound like a ride and a half.
To extract the scientist, you will need to infiltrate the labyrinth, but that course of action is likely to be quite dangerous, Captain.
Captain, come on. Even I've heard of the biggest prison the colony's ever seen, and on some occasions I literally live under rocks.
Still, we can't do nothing. It wouldn't be right.
The armed surveillance protocols on a maximum security prison planet are highly sophisticated. As such, escapes are historically quite impossible and deadly. I am programmed to warn you whenever you exhibit inclinations toward risky behavior. Breaking into Tartarus will not be easy.
Getting in is the simple part. It's getting out again that's the trouble. Trust me, I know.
Let's just do it. Kick down some doors, grab Doc Wells, and cut a path out. We don't need a plan. We got guns.
If you really mean to do this, you should see to your final affairs and close out any unfinished business. Once you sneak into Tartarus, you may be there a while. Or permanently.
It's the craziest plan I've ever heard. And I mean that as a compliment.
You didn't hire me to think. And I ain't about to start now. You're my boss. And I'll walk into fire with you.
I think it's insane, but maybe the colony needs a healthy dose of insanity right about now.
I know it's dangerous, and I won't lie and say I'm not scared out of my wits. But I couldn't live with myself if we didn't do something.
You're asking for more than bravery from us, Captain. But there are worse ways to go than dying for a good cause. I'm in.
Let Sam get the grime out. It's what our units do best.
The entire plan is a terrible idea, but I admire your bravado, Captain, which leads me to illogically believe, against the odds, that you will be successful.
If we don't make...
Got my trusty tossball stick, got my ass-kicking boots.
You can count on us, Captain. We're...
Never thought I'd volunteer to break into a prison. Seems like...
Command.
Waiting on your... Welcome back. How... Goodbye. I am pleased to inform you that we have arrived at the labyrinth. Please be advised that the punishment for trespassing is execution. Please be advised that electrical storms on the surface of Tartarus make departure impossible at this time. Resident count is as follows: 3,071. Resident deaths, including but not limited to executions, are as follows: 1,684. Resident escapes are as follows: 0. The interior can be chilly. Take a scarf with you, Captain. I would also ask that you leave your captain's ID with me, in the event that you do not return. I can make the assurance that I will not leave with another captain unless you do not return within 876,541,652 hours. Oh, speak of the devil. Captain, I am receiving a transmission from the prison's docking authority now.
Attention, unauthorized spacecraft. This is a maximum security installation. Your presence here is an explicit violation of UDL corporate policy. You are hereby confined to your docking platform until a ticket detailing your crimes has been filed and notarized, at which point your vessel will be seized and you will be executed. I wager it'll take a bit longer than it takes you to lose your patience and storm out of your ship looking to get shot. To be honest, that'd make my job a lot easier. You come out, we shoot you full of holes, and then everyone goes about their day worry-free. Except you. You'll be dead. Wait, you're the stylist? Thank the law you're here. Everyone knows how particular the chairman is about his eyebrows. Here, take my biometric ID instead. Anyway, Tartarus Docking Authority signing up. Hang on. Another ship just pulled into your dock. Wait, is that from the Groundbreaker? What the? Pay no mind to that. Just have a pleasant day.
Transmission terminated. Biometric ID received. Transferring data to external cartridge. How can I be of assistance? Take care. I require a functioning captain to run the ship.
Did right by us once. Now it's the board will never own Groundbreaker. Not while I breathe.
What was that?
Push on, Mardat.
We'll have a look.
Easy does it.
Are you new here? I didn't think we were hiring more staff. Much appreciated.
entering the labyrinth's the easy part. Making it back out. I'm still trusting your plan on that one, Captain.
Nice of them to leave us a few options.
Are you new here?